Hey, does this work? It does. Probably should check these things before the stream, huh? Well, that's one thing working. Being the microphone, which is one of the more important parts, I would argue. One might say. One may think this. Hello. Does this work? This part does. This part does. We're probably good then. Hello, and welcome. It is not MapleStory. I see Discord does not think I am streaming. So that's something that doesn't work. It is Final Fantasy XIV. I don't remember how to make Discord not fail at this, but that's probably not that important. Hello, and welcome. It's Final Fantasy XIV. You may be familiar with this game. Hello. Where is Sucro? Where could Sucro be? Who can say? Whoop. Surprise, it's Sucro, accidentally talking to the Chocobo stable. I was gonna, like, jump out of the snow person instead, but, you know, whatever. Hello. Suno. Yes, indeed. So today, our plan is... Number 1, be a cat. Accomplished. Number 2, Starlight Celebration. I believe I actually streamed last year's Starlight Celebration as part of the, like, 8-hour Finishing Realm Reborn stream. And, I guess that's what we're doing. For now, I am still going to be Reaper. Though I've been trying to decide between Reaper or Dancer. It's unusually stressful to be wondering which class fits Sucro as a character. But for now, Reaper. I'm worried also that, like, I won't like melee, because ranged physical DPS is very... Dancer specifically is, like, maybe the most comfortable job to me still at this point, but I don't know. We'll find out. I do believe that this quest begins in Old Gridania, as many events do. There's certainly snow about. That's a good sign. I think... Yeah, there it is. Reindeer Fame. Over this way! Let's teach Midgard-Sormer about the holiday spirit. I don't think Midgard-Sormer was around for the previous quest. Here we have... Okay, good, the game's volume is up. I just wanted to check. Here we have Christmas. Well, not Christmas. Starlight Celebration. Obviously, like, relatively more themed after Christmas than other winter holidays, I would say. This snow person be juggling. I will always love the face on this prop. It's just... Man. That's what that face says to me. Anyway. Once again, Starlight. Amgaranji, I believe, is how you say that, is the, I guess, hostess of the quest line. Many are gathered here in order to engage in holiday questing. Amgaranji is looking for an adventurer filled with starlight cheer. I'll do my best. How good it is to see you again, dear adventurer. You haven't forgotten me since we last met, I hope. It's me, Amgaranji. I may say you've come at a most opportune moment. You see, we're planning some truly extraordinary festivities this year, but are presently short-handed. Suddenly. It's no good, celebrant. We require the aid of an adventurer after all. Oh, dare I say she is an adventurer, and you've already made the arrangements? Allow me to introduce Associate Professor Lawrenson of the Studium in Charlian. His are the festivities for which I'm hoping to secure your assistance. Lawrenson, Faculty of Folklore. Delighted, I'm sure. Without further ado, then, I shall test your knowledge of the season. First question, what creature symbolizes the Starlight celebration? A reindeer! Bear! Yeti! I don't know. Well, I do happen to know that there's a reindeer immediately right next to you. Is Sucro supposed to know what a reindeer is? Who can say? An easy question, was it not? I apologize if I insulted your intelligence. Indeed, the answer is reindeer. From gifts to garb, starlight paraphernalia is often emblazoned with or designed in the image of these noble creatures. Now for my second question, when did the Starlight celebration begin to make use of this symbolism? When? You mean to say it was not always so? No, indeed. Any mention of reindeer is conspicuously absent from the tale which inspired the celebration. Thus did I take it upon myself to delve into the truth of the matter. And after many a moon scouring literature, I discovered telling testimony in an ancient Ishgarian tome, which spoke of reindeer that amused younglings with delightful illusions. You mean it wasn't a plot to advertise some kind of soda? Some kind of soft drink? Some kind of pop? Whatever you choose to call it? Cola? Usually that's the answer to this sort of thing, right? It was this spectacular act that earned reindeer their Starlight celebrity, I posit. And in order to prove my theory, I have journeyed to Gridania this Starlight celebration with this trusty fellow, Blitzen. Hello, Blitzen. Everybody say hello to Blitzen. Blitzen says, "Oh, so Blitzen can use reindeer magics?" Yes, Blitzen is of a rare lineage, one that weaves illusions as a defense against predators. We've been keeping him under our care in Charlian while conducting research on his abilities. I wonder if it's possible to see Lawrence in Charlian, considering you eventually go there 5 million years from where I am at in the game. It is my belief that Blitzen can trace his ancestry back to the reindeer who delighted children with illusions in the Ishgarian tome. And I intend to have him do the very same for the children of Eorzea, confirming history by recreating it, as it were. You see, no matter how much I urged him back in Charlian, Blitzen refused to produce child-pleasing illusions. But in Eorzea, where it all began with his noble ancestors, I dare to hope that he will be suitably inspired. I welcome anything that will bring cheer to our sweet children. My duties bind me here, but I believe our adventurer friend will prove a most capable assistant. Oh, interesting. It actually mentions an Endwalker area by name instead of Charlian. Neat. Well, Tsukuro will get to Endwalker eventually. We're still in Heavensward. Indeed, your cheery disposition tells me you're the perfect candidate for the task I have in store. Can I count on your cooperation? Nod. Splendid. I thank you, as will posterity, I'm sure. Now then, your role is a simple yet crucial one. Round up the children who will witness Blitzen create his illusion. I shall be at Apkalu Falls, I don't know why I read it that way. Apkalu Falls, making the necessary preparations. Good luck, and I will see you again anon. Feel like I placed a weird emphasis on Apkalu. Such is the nature of speaking, I guess. Perhaps you can begin your search along the path from the markets to the Lancers Guild. I dare say a few younglings will be out gazing at the shops and decorations. Nod. I will do that. Hiding. Invisible. Secret. Surprise! Okay. Are there other NPCs? Hey, wait a minute. There's another person named Crow. Crow Moonlight. Shoutouts to Crow Moonlight. Anyway, if there are other NPCs, there may be more available prizes? I do not know. Sir Crow goes this way! We must find children to point towards reindeer. Allegedly, some will be around here. Where might there be children? I mean, I guess they should be easy to spot, in theory. It could be more difficult if I had player names appear. Seems like I'm only... I actually do not see them at all. I guess they could be out here and I missed them. I just noticed that message. Yeah. Surprise. Ah, there's one. Bunny Boy, now real. Hey, there's a reindeer that does magic tricks. There's going to be illusions? That sounds like fun and all, but I promised my mom I'd help her put up decorations. Sorry. Well. Are we going to gather one children? Only one children. I guess every side quest after 7.0 is going to have a lion lady in it. Because they did say they would have those eventually. Oh, I was told to buy a starlight cake and hurry home, sorry. I hope the lion ladies are cool. Hrothgar, right? That's what the lions are called? It has been a while. Illusions, reindeer, etc. There's a magical reindeer that can create illusions. Amazing! I've just finished my chores, so I'll head over at once. We really did gather one child. The male Aura running animation that we just witnessed for a brief period of time is always going to be funny still. Blitzen has nothing to say. Oh, you're here to watch too? I can't wait for it to start. Hey, did I do any achievements recently? Yay, 9 achievement certificates which are of no use still. They should probably fix that. Like, I think I have everything here. Oh. I don't have this. Yay! I could also get a swimsuit that I don't like. But I won't. And I could get pictures of Hildebrand, which I don't really have space for. But still. Oh, was that in that quest line? I forgot about that. Ah, you are returned. I trust a gaggle of rosy-cheeked younglings will be arriving shortly? No, we only got one. Only one. Only this one? Ah, this is precisely the problem with today's youth. Right, this is precisely the problem. There is emphasis in the text box. No concept of scholarship or the virtues of academic inquiry. I forgot about those quests giving you the bird hat. I like the bird hat. It's good to have that. I suppose this single ragamuffin will suffice. For the purposes of proof, the number of children isn't consequential after all. Lawrenson, are you a jerk? Blitzen, the season of lights is in full glow, and a child stands expectant before you. Hearken unto the spirit of your ancestors, and bring forth your delightful illusions. And then nothing happened. Probably. The eyes just like looking back and forth. Pretty good touch. Blitzen says no. Come now, Blitzen. Is this not the Starlight celebration? And is that not a child wide-eyed and innocent? Maybe we missed the part where the reindeer uses them as a defense mechanism. Child shrug. Ah, that's just a normal reindeer. That baby Yeti from last year was much better. Oh well. Good one. I wonder if that dialogue is there if you didn't see the last year one. Wait, don't leave, I beseech you. There are crucial discoveries to be made in the name of folklore, for which your assistance is paramount. Yeah, I gotta make the child scarier. That'll work. That did not go as I'd hoped. What am I to do now? Forgive me, but I need a moment to collect myself. Amidst the calm of the Great Loam Growery, perhaps. I shall return once my thoughts are clear. Is it time for the entrance of, a certain individual? Or will that be later? Yes, yes it is. Always on time. Who could that mystery man be? I guess I'll just wait here for the mysteries to occur. You wait patiently, but Lawrenson does not return. Perhaps you should search for him. Okay. I'll do that. Sucro will search for the man with moderate haste. Exceptional haste would be using the crystal over there to teleport to this crystal. But, nah. Oh. This is the botany zone, by the way. Sucro has some botany levels, but it's been a while. Where has Blitzen gone? Oh, it's you. Seems I've been here rather longer than I thought. My apologies. I've been pondering my dilemma, but I believe I've identified the root of the problem. The children of Gerdania are insufficient for my purposes. The original testimony was Ishgardian, after all, meaning that it is Ishgardian children I require. I was a fool to consider proving my theory anywhere else. There is just one problem. Ishgard is closed to outsiders. As an adventurer, however, perhaps you know a way for us to enter the city? Huh. Now, this is obviously different if you have completed Heavensward, I would say. Decemberween particles, huh? I don't think the children are what's insufficient. Seems mean. How does Blitzen feel about all this? Blitzen? Why, he would agree with me, of course. Isn't that so? Oh? Also, all of my retainers have completed adventures. Blitzen! Where did you go? Blitzen! Blitzen! But you... In the last set of adventures, not adventures, that my retainers did, Bleth was brought me an eye level 590 scythe because I think she wants me to keep being a reaper, I guess. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, the Radiance War Scythe. Just casually handing that to me. Retainers are silly. I can't find Blitzen anywhere. Where could he have gone? Shrug? Ah, so absorbed was I in my thoughts, I must have left him somewhere. The gods know he can't bear being alone. Oh, he must be so frightened right now. I must find him. I must find my dear boy. Associate Professor Lawrenson is experiencing some panic. Oh, Blitzen, where could he have gone? Lawrenson is in a state of distress. Try to soothe his nerves. Alright. It's alright, Lawrenson. We'll solve the mystery. What am I doing? Blitzen needs me, and yet here I am, a blubbering mess. My apologies for subjecting you to such undignified behavior. Unforeseen circumstances have a tendency of rattling my nerves, but I am well now, thanks to you. I shall go and search for Blitzen at once. May I count on your cooperation once more? Nod. Barking dogs in the background. My heartfelt thanks. For now, let us focus our search within the city. If you could make inquiries in the direction of Mikedo's amphitheater, I shall retrace our steps back to Apkalu Falls. Quickly now. Corgis, please. Also, I seem to be having difficulty reading today, but that's fine. Hello. A reindeer? Why, yes, I saw it go dashing through the snow towards Mikedo's amphitheater. Surely not on a sleigh of any kind. A reindeer, you say? As a matter of fact, one went trotting by the amphitheater and down the lane not long ago. Hello. Welcome. We are currently experiencing holiday cheer. Stand by for the upcoming holiday despair in the main story quest. Perfection. Absolute perfection. The very incarnation of crystalline beauty. True. Oh, were you speaking to me? Reindeer? Can't say that I did, transfixed to this frozen masterpiece as I was. I vaguely recall having heard some clopping noises passing behind me, though. Must have been something of the sort. I'm glad somebody else appreciates that holiday prop as much as I do. If not more. I guess we go this way. That makes sense, they did say behind them. Hello, Blitzen. Oh, adventurer, have you had any luck in locating... Blitzen, where have you been? I've been running myself ragged in search of you. Gwah! Blitzen, why do you brace so? Why, to summon me, of course! Ho ho ho! Yeah, I would react that way to this man as well. And you are? That's him. I'm the Saint of Nymea, and I've come to our antlered friend's behest to lead your misguided soul unto the soothing bosom of the starlight celebration. I will ask you plainly, young scholar, do you understand why you are unable to coax forth the legendary twinkling of this reindeer's magics? So you do not know. Fortunately for you, naught escapes the Saint of Nymea's all-seeing eyes. You see it too, do you not? The reason why our scholarly friend failed? Nod. That would be fun. You've lost sight of the spirit of the starlight celebration. That's vague enough to be accurate, probably. What? Of course I haven't lost sight. I'll note that the starlight celebration is held for the benefit of... the children. So you finally understand indeed. Indeed. I said indeed in the wrong place. Indeed, the starlight celebration exists for the good children of the realm. This our antlered friend knows well. But you, my scholarly friend, you were so obsessed with your work that you could only see the children as a means to prove your theory. Is it any wonder, then, that Blitzen was not minded to oblige your demands? It is as you say, good saint. Respecting the customs one seeks to understand is basic folklorist fieldwork. I shame my profession in forgetting it. Gwah! Gwah! That's not what reindeers sound like. My thanks for comforting me, my friend, and my apologies for ignoring your feelings. Ho ho ho! It seems my job here is done. I leave this man and this reindeer in your capable hands, adventurer. Happy starlight to all, and to all a good night. Nod. It's currently daytime, but that's fine. Right, there isn't a moment to lose. Let us resume our research, forgive me, force of habit. Let us resume our celebration of this wondrous season by bringing joy and happiness to children. Wow, I want my mommy! Says a nearby child. A cry of distress comes from the other side of the Aetheryte Plaza. Come, my friends. We must aid the children. Ah, holiday spirit. In player garb, I see. Split punch. Ah, this is also various holiday attire. Shoutouts to all of these various random players. No one has the name as funny as Google Drive when I was pointing out the new Cash Shop attire that Asuka Kazama is also wearing. Hey, you're in a guild with the abbreviation SOUP. I'm sure you are aware of this. Ah, I want my mommy! Oh dear, distraught as she is, how are we to learn what ails her? We need to settle her somehow. Sweets, perhaps, or toys? Whoa! Time for Blitzen's superpower! A Christmas illusion. A starlight illusion, rather. Oh, how pretty! Well done, Blitzen, well done! Now we may ask after the source of her woes. Whoa. Greetings, little one. Tell me, what is it that troubles you? Well, me and Mummy were on our way to the markets, but suddenly she wasn't there and I got scared. I see. I expect that your mother is still nearby, in which case... Is anyone missing a child? We have a lost child in search of her mother. Ah! Oh, there you are. Thank goodness. Mummy, you were there and then suddenly you were gone. I was so scared. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sweetling. I'm here now. Aw. Thank you so much for looking after my daughter, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you too, Mr. Reindeer. Those shiny presents were really pretty. Success. I think congratulations are in order. What? Oh, right. I suppose Blitzen just proved my theory, didn't he? I was too concerned with helping the little one to notice. Well, I shan't complain. Seeing as we fulfilled our objective, shall we report back to Amgaranji? Nod. Congratulations, scholar. You have learned what is important. It is helping people. That's correct. We've solved Decemberween. It's 55 days after Halloween, you know. Ah, welcome back, everyone. How did you fare in the end? Nod. Very well, I'm pleased to say. We managed to reunite a lost child with her mother, and for a happy side benefit, succeeded in proving my theory. Nod. Explanation of what just occurred. My, the three of you have been busy indeed. Thank you for your help, adventurer. Allow me to offer my gratitude as well. Were it not for you, I would have remained blind to what's truly important. Go. Saying thanks as well, are you? But it seems to me you played as important a role as any today, Blitzen. You are as dependable a little helper as I have ever known. Nod. Parentheses reindeer. It's curious, though. At first he seemed wholly unmotivated to act, but then showed the illusion of his own volition. What do you suppose inspired his change of heart? I believe the answer is concern. In the beginning, he could tell that I held none for the children and sought only academic satisfaction. Pure of heart as he is, how could Blitzen be moved to assist me? However, when he sensed the concern I held for the crying child was genuine, he no longer felt resistance to using his powers. Blitzen sounds like quite the intuitive fellow. Nod. Reindeer generally are. As herd animals, they're accustomed to sensing even the slightest shift in feeling or intent. And this is but another theory, but I suspect that Blitzen's ancestors conjured their illusions in response to the feelings of love and kindness they sense in the people around them. Sensed. Such reindeer were far more plentiful back then. Some were even domesticated to pull sleighs. No doubt younglings had ample opportunity to witness the same spectacular illusions we now find so precious. It is truly unfortunate that Blitzen's kin have so declined in number, but I will cherish their invaluable contribution to the Starlight celebration. Thank you for sharing this fascinating history with us. Nod. If I was able to impart even a modicum of the passion I feel towards my subject, I will count myself very blessed indeed. Ah, but that reminds me. There is one last task for which I would appreciate your assistance, to wit, sharing Blitzen's miraculous illusions and the joy they inspire with as many children as we can find. Leave it to me, I'm a cat. Speaking in the true spirit of Starlight, Lawrenson, I dare say you'll be a little helper yet. Whoa! Seasonal event. Quest complete. Sucro laugh at Bunnyman. Camera pan upward. Speak with Lawrenson to accompany him on a special Starlight celebration mission. Who knows what familiar faces you might encounter? Probably not that many, because... Make it reindeer, of course, because we have only gone so far into the story. I assume that that may impact this somewhat. You can now summon the Starlight Steed. You will accompany us, then. My thanks. Our task is simple. We shall take Blitzen on a tour of Gridania and delight the children we meet with his marvelous illusions. While little helpers will be distributing presents of a more tangible nature, I believe that Blitzen's glamour will perfectly set the tone for such gift-giving. Being a visitor to this city, however, I am not certain where to seek out children. May I trust you to guide us to them? Marvelous. Without further ado, then, where shall we head first? Let's, go to the markets, why not? Very well, let us go and spread some Starlight cheer. I'll do some of this, at the very least. We'll see what happens. Wow, reindeer are massive! Look at him, he's massive! Go on, Blitzen, show us your spectacular glamour. Wow, that's incredible! Happy Starlight, my child. This little helper has arrived with a very special gift. Ah. It's Mother Mione, I think. Maybe we'll just see Gridania people, I don't know. Wow, it's nothing! Cookies, my favorite! Thank you, little helper. I'm going to go and share them with my friends. Hooray! Well, if it isn't Sucro, lending your assistance to the Starlight celebration? Nod, I'm also still a criminal here, technically speaking. As you can see, the Carline Canopy is also participating in the festivities this year. Our establishment has adopted the Starlight spirit with a special children's menu in addition to festive decorations. 'Tis the season, after all. Now, while I'd love to stay and chat, I must be off. These cookies won't deliver themselves. I look forward to seeing you again at the canopy. Farewell, Mione. Success. Well, that went splendidly, wouldn't you say? The little helpers appearing when they did only added to the children's enjoyment. And last but not least, Blitzen played his part to perfection. Nod. Parentheses reindeer. We shall take a well-earned rest, but we would welcome your assistance again should you feel like going on another tour. Is it just going to be like one tour per location? Okay, I might as well do all of these if there's only 3 of them. Everyone loves to hang around the Leather Workers Guild. Question mark? Oh, hello. This is my first time meeting a reindeer. Is he friendly? Go on, Blitzen. Show us your spectacular glamour. Ta-da! Wow, it's beautiful. Do I know this person? Happy Starlight, my dear. I have a gift for you from the Saint. Perhaps not as sensational as that reindeer's trick, but these will last longer. I assume you have something to do with the Leather Workers Guild. Leather accessories! I love them! Thank you so much, little helper. Indeed. Sucro has 0 in all crafting jobs, for the record. Huh, darling little thing. Another Starlight volunteer, I take it? Nod. I too have volunteered my services this year. I thought it only right, seeing how much my own little ones delight in the season. 'Tis remarkable how a child's smile can warm the heart. An infectious joy if there ever was one. Anyway, I must be off. Enjoy the rest of the festivities. Yeah, gotta assume that is a Leatherworker Guild character that I don't recognize. Well, that went splendidly. Same dialogue. Reindeer nod. One last one. Unless multiple people can appear at any given location, but we'll see. Well, we won't, because I won't do anymore. But you know what I mean. Maybe? Wow, a real reindeer! I've only ever read about them before. Spectacular glamour, go! Ah, amazing! I do think I know these two. This is the carpenter guy. Indeed, much like the scent of freshly hewn cedar. Happy Starlight, youngling. We, the Saint's little helpers, have come bearing gifts one can touch as well as see. We hope you like it. Maybe you're also Carpenter Guild? I don't know you. Hunks of wood. It's a lumber set, child, comprised of the finest selection of timber the forest has to share. You have your soft-grained maple, some supple ash, a stern oak. Cannot you hear the symphony? No, not really. Those are building blocks, my dear, made especially for you by the Carpenters Guild. Oh, I love blocks! Thank you, little helpers. Curious that he should appreciate blocks over fine cross-sections of lumber. Puzzling indeed. Carpenter's Guild is a silly place, I guess. Sucro, what a pleasant surprise. Oh wait, Fufucha, you're the botanist person, I think. As you can see, the botanists and carpenters guilds are working together for this year's celebration, with the guildmasters volunteering to be little helpers. Our gifts are a joint effort, Beaton's people at the Carpenters Guild making some beautiful blocks out of the wood my botanists gathered while tending the forest. I hope these toys sow the seeds of inspiration within the hearts of our younglings, that they might grow up embracing nature. But enough of my vegetation metaphors, we have presents to distribute. Right, you're the head of the Botanist Guild. I just didn't remember your name. And tend to identify you by your hat and so on. Come, Timbermaster, more children await. Indeed, let us use that blocks jest from earlier. It seemed rather effective. It did indeed go splendidly. Presumably you can just repeat these now. There was no specific reason to do that, just for fun. Thank you for delivering smiles to all the sweet children of Gridania. I hope you'll continue to help the professor spread joy this Starlight season. What do you think, Blitzen? Okay. That's about what I expected. And on that note, I always forget there's a guy named Simpkin over there. Anyway, on that note, first of all, I'm going to go see what my retainers are up to. And then we can continue Heavensward. That took about an hour. That's not bad. Also, of course... The reindeer Blitzen, visiting from Charlian, gifted you this rideable glamour as a show of gratitude for your kind aid. From the creature itself to the presence, all is recreated in such impressive detail that it could only be considered a starlight miracle. Sucro, get funny horse! Rideable glamour. Very strange. I guess so. Ho ho ho, I'm a cat, says Sucro, presumably. This is very silly. Get out of here, frames. Get out of here, color filter. This is quite something. Alright then. Camera's over here now. Alright. Farewell, rideable glamour reindeer. Oh, what did you sell? General purpose dark purple dye, I think that was. Various items from endgame dungeons of various expansions that I won't see for a very long time. As per usual. They're always doing this. My retainers are way further in the game than I am. Oh hey, there's a monk and samurai item. Okay. And on all of those notes, let us proceed into Heavensward. Or at least soon proceed into Heavensward. Because a responsible thing to do is bark a lot. No, a responsible thing to do is to take a short break. Whoop. And while we're here, this weight background is technically no longer correct. There we go. Oh no. Xander's falling over. That's a good emote. Anyway. Stream will resume soon. Achoo. Hello! At least one doctor somewhere probably recommends taking a break from video game every hour. And I have accomplished that at least once in the last 5 million years, and therefore, it's fine. I'm back, hello. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. It's still that game. I don't think that'll surprise you. Last time on Heavensward story quest, we reached Tailfeather in Dravania. After having Iceheart join our party, now we are here, and let's see where the story continues from there. We are to meet with Masachamp. We did it. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. Indeed we do. Indeed you do. Oh, and if it ain't the lovely Izael, it's been too long, girl. That it has, Masachamp, that it has. Estinian's already brooding over there. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Sohm. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course, stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, I'm not sure I understand. Did the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Izael not explain things to you, boy? When do you get the lean emote? I don't know if I knew there was one. You've seen them towering Kylum trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. Ah, an Ishgard Restoration Prize. Okay. There's several of those in the current Moogle treasure trove that I'm slowly working towards. You're welcome. I know it won't stop Izael here, but dragons ain't the only things you'll need to keep an eye out for. Especially if you're set on heading west. Here's some money! Sucro, get a handful of coin. What do you think, everybody? These hunters scrabble in the shadow of dragons for naught but the love of coin. Greed inspires courage and madness in equal measure, it seems. I've read widely of the world and its wonders, yet after taking but a few steps into the unknown, I'm reminded how much I have still to discover. I'm glad to see Masachamp is doing well. Ah, you also have a side quest, which I'm not going to, read too much. I'll just pick that up for later. I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you, the bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalocrab and taught the thing how to walk up on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot. I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nath's home territory. Sounds like some Nathty business. Eh? 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 Hmm? No? No? Nah. Okay. The door's wiggling. It would seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath would not want to cause such strife when I lived here. You lived here, in Dravania? Aye, 'twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its boughs. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvelge. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marsachamp found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees, and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed, then. What of it? They say we have not the time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Sohm and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. More direct path, then. Very well, let us follow the trail west out of the forest, and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Sohm, shall we? Alphino gets no word in how direct the path is to be. Alphino just has to go along with it. What do you want, Kester Ironheart? Oh, I do have a sightseeing log, yes. Ah, is this where you unlock Heavensward sightseeing log? I guess so. Hooray. That's something to think about at a later time. Well, alright then. Guess we're going this way. Probably... I mean, we could go this way. This might not be the intended way. Welcome to Chocobo Forest! It's got chocobos in it. It's got forest. It's got Bandersnatch. No foes will accost me, as I am too high in experience level. The music here, really good, by the way. Okay, some foes will accost me over here. That's fair. Actually... Okay. Well, I mean, that works. Oh, this way now. I'll just take a... I'll walk. I can take a relatively more scenic route. Oh, am I meant to go up, actually? I suppose so. There's a wild chocobo. Hello, to the wild chocobo. Is this the correct way? How does one proceed to up? Not this way. Ah, that's actually a mark for something completely unrelated on the map. Never mind. Whoops. You could see the system messages for a moment there. Music here is very quiet at the moment, but it is very nice. Well. Okay. Now we can take a leisurely walk, as we're going in the proper direction this time. Should we chance to meet Masachamp again, remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect the Nath, I doubt I'd be standing here. Amid ruins I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian. The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. The structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. Huh. You claim this as evidence of our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics, in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires no such awe in me. Stubborn fool, how desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you! You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Sucro, pray reason with these two. Our goals are the same. Set aside your differences for now. The truth of the past will be revealed, or... Meh. Grunt. The truth of the past will be revealed. That's true. Quite! Lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Dravanians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Sucro's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Istinian. You would have me keep my counsel until Sucro's visions confirm the truth. Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Hraesvelgr will likely provide the catalyst Sucro's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Dragons in the sky and Nath upon the ground. One must needs sprout eyes in the back of one's head to survive this land. Or be, like, way too high level, that works too. These Ant-Men are bold to bring their war to the dragon's doorstep. Mayhap we should invite them to man the walls of Ishgard. Spy you 3 great towers to the west. Ishgardians know them as Annick's Shrine. The place serves as a roost for Hraesvelgr's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Sohm, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened, the one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. I think Boaster is just going to be in the way of dialogue a little bit. Now the music is definitely more audible. This place is really pretty, by the way. Yeah, fate joined. Whatever. Oh, boss fight. Whatever. The Nath are fast becoming a nuisance. They seem to plague our every step. I haven't seen that many. 'Twould seem the enemy of mine enemy is also mine enemy. 'Tis as I feared. The road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Machamp did not exaggerate then. These beastmen have grown brazen indeed if they would threaten the dragons so openly. Do they intend to assault the lair itself? I pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. It looks like they're offering battle over there. I might be a little bit too powerful. Wait, there's more? Ah, over there. Well. Those enemies would probably be a little bit more concerning if I were level 53 or so. Instead, not particularly concerning. A greater dragon approaches. The scale of this structure is nothing short of astounding, but that's only to be expected, I suppose, given the size of its occupants. True. Oh yeah. Gotta poke the summoning stone. That's a chocobo porter for this area. Whoops. I take no pleasure in killing the Nath. 'Twas to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, it cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight. Only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then.
Vidofnir!
Ah, 'tis thee, little one. From above I did mistake thee for a nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
Thanks, Vidofnir, I guess.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight.
Okay, I guess this text box is also used for dragons and not just for primals. And so, Izael related the plight.
Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Estinian, you're not helping.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
My sire's will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hraesvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Sohm Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here, and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
That's
the Nath
news.
have summoned a primal.
Uh-oh. Sounds like that's our job.
Pray excuse my forwardness, but if we were to eliminate the threat to your territory, would you consent to Lady Izel's request?
What if we killed the god?
Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed?
Wouldn't be the first
beyond
time.
thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
I forgot that was this soon, if
It
it
would seem
is.
we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bid for peace breed yet more war?
Because there has to be gameplay, Izael. Unfortunate though it may be. And then Sucro found some money on the ground. Which could have been pants, but it was not. Once more a primal rears its head, and once more the task of slaying it falls to you. Would that I too possess the echo. I should go tune to this ether, right? Real quick. Bagpipes time, by the way. Okay. I've forgotten to attune to Aetheryte before on camera. I shan't do it again. By the Fury, must we now defeat a primal that we might treat with a worm? I do begin to see how you've gained a reputation for surmounting the insurmountable. So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool I am to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the ether, we must face together, or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult with Marsachamp. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. Okay. Let's learn about culture. Hooray! Learning about culture so that we can cause violence to occur. I thought Sohm was before this part, for some reason. Oh, back already, are we? Met the Nath, did you? And what is it you'd like to... We need to kill a god. Summoned a primal, you say? Seven hells, well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, there never seemed much of point in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here. Outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you gave them the right incentives. This sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You'll want a good-sized jar of landtrap nectar, a basket of Kylum tree fruit, and, always a Nath favorite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leaping to the lower branches of these forest giants should present little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alphino's arcane insistence. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big hunks should be enough, I reckon. Once you got everything together, you'll need to set it down at what we call the trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map for you. You've been most kind, Master Marsachamp. Well then, let us attend to our respective tasks and reconvene at the trading post. I need hardly add that the last one there is a rotten Nanka egg. Okay, Alphino. At least you're having fun. Sucro tasked with destroying wildlife again. Incredible. None could have seen this coming. Is this way a way you can... No, it's not. Not really. It's weird how it seems like you have to go out through this, like, sluice gate over here. Maybe that's just the only way I've ever noticed that you can go out of this town on foot. For some reason. Maybe there's other ways to do that. Who can say, truly? Probably someone who knew anything could say, but who can say, truly? Not I. And I'm the only one speaking right now, like with my voice. Until voice acting happens. Anyway. Perish. Oh wow, you didn't die in one hit. Took you two. And I'm not the only one doing this part of the quest, as we can see. Ah. Of course the person who's also on this quest step of the quest would have a name like Unicorn Booty. Naturally. The ancient curse of the stream that has laid dormant for many years. A butt will appear. When I set out to master the dragoon's jump, does not to strike fear into the hearts of high-hanging fruit. Estinian is like kind of funny, actually. Like he tries to be a serious grumpy pants, but he's actually pretty funny all the time because of that. Master Alphino possesses a rare talent for the arcane arts. Should he continue to apply himself to their study, he will become a formidable mage in time. He might even be able to run a dungeon or something. Yep. What a horrible night to have a curse. I was able to gather a goodly amount of nectar from the land traps, though I would not have known how to harvest it without Izale's help. Do you have the Nanka meat? The tender tail meat of an underdeveloped Ninki Nanka. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Once again, the option of pants is here, but Sucro finds money instead. The non-mind. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings... Presentation? I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. Nod. Cool bag, Alphino. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal of some such? I'm a cat? Calm yourself, Master Alphino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Oh, don't give the dread music. These three are friendly. Click, click. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, Kalem tree fruit, and Nanka flesh. They're very happy about this. What delectable foods you have brought us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Click, click. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped! Stifling! And horribly smelly! But better to live in stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws, yes? Come, come, it is not far. Cockroach friends? You know, I never really thought of that. Maybe they're kind of cockroach-like. Also, hello, welcome. It's Nath time. Starlight has concluded. Sucro has this weird horse now. So that's weird. Anyway. Can those truly be Nath? Were it not for their appearance, I would think them wholly unrelated to the savage creatures that attacked us on the road. Strangely friendly, are they not? Or mayhap just strange? You're one to talk, Estinian. We're all kind of strange here. The Nath seem harmless enough, almost jovial even. I'd prefer, however, that we conclude our business with them as soon as possible. We're all strange, Estinian. What does normal mean anyway? Oh. If your favorite part is a specific boss fight by any chance, then, maybe so. I really like the Vath. I remember doing the whole tribe questline as my other character. They have a really good mount that you get as well. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. I suppose that's an interesting text box when you don't really know anything about the Vath yet. Because, like, how are you to know what that means? You have to speak in words. You cannot communicate through the mind. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You are brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it's words you desire, then words you shall have. We are Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, of the god, the One Mind, summoned into our midst. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one, connected, but let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket the dragon was slain. 'Twas likely one that had fled battle with my kinsman. I should commend you for finishing the job. Estinian shrug. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground. But no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Javanian was easy prey. Thus did the One Mind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Javanian lands would become Nath lands, and even larger would grow our domain. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. Now choose one of these rings. Okay. Sure. Well then. Ah. A side quest. Bring muskets. Gotcha. We are the non-mind. The whispers of thought are grown silent, and with our voices aloud we must speak. Of necessity, then, was the storyteller chosen. The beast tribes have ever summoned the gods out of their gods out of necessity. That the Nath should do so out of mere covetousness sets a worrying precedent. Sure does, actually. Even a wounded dragon is a dangerous opponent. These Ant-Men did well to overpower one. The game seems to think they're ants rather than cockroaches. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I didn't really think about before how the Vath kind of explains some of their deal without, like, directly telling you everything about their deal. Like this whole non-mind and one-mind stuff. They don't directly explain all of what that means to you. At least not yet. And also, like, this outcast group rebelling against the hive mind, etc. is very interesting. You're right. And also they're cool bugs, that's true too. Wait, what's the hell of a mood? Rebelling against the structure of your own thoughts? Oh wait, yeah, it is actually. Now that I say it out loud. Anyway, Anathic deity. The game seems to think they're ants rather than cockroaches or anything of the sort. They can be multiple kinds of bug. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good, conscious all the while that I do so at a grave cost to the land. I reason that it's a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see I'm aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. To a scion of the Seventh Dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Not so the Nath, as you rightly put it. If they truly seek naught but territorial gain, I can only conclude they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. Or they're all tempered and they don't care? Right? Like, that's still a thing, right? The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know not. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to her death? No, You have the right of it, Estinian. It would seem it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray forgive me, Sucro. I'm a cat. I mean, I do not fear my duty. Wait, Sucro need not face this foe alone. Like her, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. I guess they don't say that very often, yeah. I mean, it is a more relevant concern at the moment, because, like, Warrior of Light currently lacking a lot of the protection of Hydaelyn. We've only got one crystal. Hello, and welcome. Ha, do you imagine yourself a second Warrior of Light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters, we know not where this god resides or how to challenge it. Unless you mean to pray until it appears. Safe to assume it resides with the One Mind, yeah? You did miss Starlight Celebration, yes. I keep not remembering what the Christmas event is called, the winter event, because I keep thinking All Saints Wake, but that's Halloween. So I keep thinking, like, if that's All Saints Wake, is this just All Saints? No, it's Starlight Celebration. But yeah, that was the first hour or so of the stream. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity. In this, at least, I may be of assistance. Nod. There he goes. The young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. That's true, Estinian, because he kind of fucked up pretty bad before. But yeah, the primary reward, as it were, for Starlight Celebration was a reindeer that we can ride around on. Who has the ability to conjure an illusion of presence and other various festive items. According to the description of said creature, it is a rideable glamour. So this entire reindeer is in fact illusory and not physically real. I believe Samantha referred to it as a hard light reindeer earlier, actually. By the Fury, I would swear these beastmen know less about their god than I do. Ah. Thank you. The Vath greet mine every question with cryptic utterances. I fear I'm no closer to understanding the tenets of their faith. There must be some way of infiltrating the main colony. Alphino, have you considered violence? We seem to be doing that a lot already. Now that you say that, I don't think I have ever actually considered how a hive mind is basically a cloud server in some ways, and that's a very funny concept, thank you. Alright. We are Vath, we are the non-mind. We do not hear the one mind's thoughts. We cannot predict their will. Fair enough. Put this idea from your minds, generous hunters. If you meet with our god, then he will have your souls. Surely you are not so generous as that. I like the impromptu solution I've invented for the clicks in the dialogue. And I don't know if that's at all audible, or if that makes any sense. But it works for me. I could also do that, I guess. You wish to meet our god? Offer yourself as a sacrifice, and you will soon be brought before him. We would mourn the loss of such generous hunters, however. So we just have to go about yelling, "Hey, god of the Nath. We're ready to be murdered, yay!" And then we can actually murder them instead. Surprise. You are generous hunters, yes. Many gifts you have brought, but not enough for all Vath to enjoy. Maybe you could bring us just one more? We are very fond of Nanka flesh. Yes, the meat of a young Nanka would make a fine repast. I already did that, but okay. Whoop. What an oddly specific way to phrase that question. By the way, I should probably decide whether or not to face said god as a dancer or reaper. I fear playing a melee character. The fights are going to start getting more complex, and there's a lot more leeway as a ranged class. So, like, honestly, maybe just playing dancer is the safer option. I'll be a little less overpowered. I was stressing out a lot over how to justify Sucro being a dancer, because I don't know if it fits with my Sucro headcanon's lore. But, maybe it doesn't need to? We'll try dancer for a bit, and everyone prepare your feedback for how it seems, how it feels for Sucro to be a dancer. Also, I have forgotten that I need to do something silly really quickly here. Where is it? No, it's not. It's character, I believe. Hotbar settings. Okay, so, I have to delete all of the keyboard shortcuts so that I can properly emote without making Sucro activate Peloton, apparently. Or Head Graze, or Blade Shower, or Fan Dance, or Arm's Length, or Rising Windmill, or Fountain Fall, or Blood Shower. I forget if I go up to 9 and 0 in my secret behind-the-scenes technology. But yeah. Let's try dancing for a bit. I need to collect information about how everyone feels about Sucro as a dancer, and if it seems fitting or not. We've assessed that Reaper Sucro does seem fitting due to the presence of a scythe connected to her farm work, and also the crow feathers and whatnot matching her name, and you know. For those who may not know, My headcanon of Sucra's backstory is essentially that she grew up on a farm, she got really interested in Arcanima, and she figured out how to summon weapons of ether using Arcanima, which sort of justifies her having any sort of weapon, but I don't know how that justifies her doing a funny dance like this. I did start covering the dancer quests on stream a very long time ago, and I wonder if I should cover the rest of them on stream at some point also. I've already done some of them off camera, and it's been so long since I did any of them that I might want to start at the beginning of them were I to do that. That is true. Sucrofunk as a spell does sound like a musical sort of thing. Sucro feels valid doing anything. Fair enough. I mean, that is true of the protagonist of this game in like a more meta sense. Lots of different people could have tutored her in combat, also true. Funny dance is just cat behavior, arguably also true. Depends on the cat, really. I think Sucro is the kind of cat who would do a funny dance. Some cats are too grumpy for that. Combat zoomies, yeah, that's also valid. Fair enough. Dancer is just like my personal favorite job at the moment. It's the one that clicks the most with me, or I guess the most with me, if I'm going with my Vath speaking mannerisms / method right now. Goes with the flow easily, probably true. Dancer is just a very comfortable job to play, for me specifically. I think a lot of people tend to regard Dancer as one of the easier jobs to play as, but I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't know. And of course, I haven't gotten to a point where a lot of these buttons exist, including some buttons I've never pressed before. Since I have not passed, I've not gotten past Shadowbringers before, in case... It's been a while since I established that, I guess. Also very worth mentioning as I'm talking about jobs that fit Sucro and also, like, jobs that people think are easier to play. There's always Summoner, which I think does fit her perfectly, of course, because I've stated she's interested in Arcanima, and this is the job that is literally that. You can sort of think of her other weapons as basically what if Carbuncle was a blade. She likes books. Interesting. Able to pick up a lot of skills and has flexible magic, but bound to follow the rhythm of her own moves. Carbuncle, yeah. So the Summoner, if I haven't explained this before, I don't really remember, was vastly changed in Endwalker. It's a job that has changed a lot every expansion, and I was never really interested in it prior, but now it's actually got a really nice rhythm to it. A lot of people have complained that it's too simple now. You may notice the, like, if you look at my hotbars here, this is every button that the job has. Like, it has notably less buttons to press than every other job in the game. I agree with that to an extent, Aya. Too simple is a silly complaint. Oh, I also have to fix the hotbars on Summoner, otherwise I'll do something. Cannot use his current class. Must be something from olden times on that hidden bar. The part of that complaint I disagree with very slightly, which is only sort of implied. Well, not complaint. Part of what you're saying that I disagree with slightly, which is only sort of implied by what you're saying. Very roundabout sentence. Is that I think there should be at least some jobs in the game that are more complicated, because I think they should be able to appeal to a variety of what people want. I can understand complaints people have about them trying to simplify every job, because I think there should be some that are more complex in various different ways, like ones that make you think more, ones that make you press more buttons. Different things appeal to different players, so there should be a variety of how the jobs function. Now, I wasn't saying that you were stating that that should not be the case. I just wanted to clarify that because what you said made me think of that, if all that makes sense. I'm not saying that you are saying that all jobs should be simplified. Hello, welcome. Welcome. You have caught me in the middle of talking about job design, I guess. Everything tuned to my preferences specifically. I am the main character. I see, I see. Scholar almost doesn't fit in 36 buttons. Actually, what does my Scholar hotbar look like right now? I haven't touched Scholar in a long time. Yup. I have healer stance on this bar for some reason. And also, this bar notably is lacking, I believe, expedience or whatever, probably, because I haven't touched Scholar in a very long time. There was a period of time when I was actually, like, Scholar main for a little bit, you might remember. And then Sage, and then I was like, oh, I've defeated tank anxiety, and now I'm back to DPS because the anxiety has returned for everything except for DPS. And also, range DPS, least anxiety among DPS, so I guess we're Dancer right now. We'll see, again, how everyone feels about it as it goes on. How are these three doing? The Vath tell me their tribe is not accustomed to giving each individual a name. It seems they only grasped the concept after they began trading with the hunters. For once I'm in agreement with the Dragoon. Speaking with these beastmen is an exercise in frustration. Get ready for the Moogles, y'all. We're not even to the frustrating part. Actually, Izael loves those. Spoilers. Izael loves a Moogle. They're very fluffy. And what has that got to do with the primal or their faith, Master Alphino? Let us glean the information we require and be done with this place. Did they actually, like, nerf the Moogle quest segment? I think they did. I think that was something they cut down at some point, but I don't remember. I might just be assuming that because of how they changed Realm Reborn stuff. I guess we'll get there eventually. We Vath do enjoy our Nanka flesh. Indeed you do. Another gift for the Vath? So unexpected. Yes, you will have more of the words you strange hunters hunger for. Listen now. The senses of the one mind are enmeshed by the overmind. What one sees, all sees. What one feels, all feel. Okay, they are explaining it a little bit now. Alert a single Nath and the whole Hive is alerted. To reach our god undetected is all but impossible. That is actually helpful information. That means we can just find any one Nath and be like, hey, LMAO, let's fight the god, lol. Or whatever you do in this situation. Hey, Lamau. You know, the way you speak to gods, question mark. The Vath are wont to allude to certain concepts without explanation, but I believe I'm beginning to grasp a few of the fundamentals. From what I understand, the king-like Overmind sits at the center of Nath society, and its presence somehow allows its subjects to communicate without need of word or gesture. That is how Wist speaks to gods, you're not wrong. I mean, of course you're not wrong about your own character. That would be silly. These Nath, the ones who inhabit the larger Hive, are known as the One Mind, and it was by their combined will that the Primal was summoned. Those who reside in the smaller Hive, however, are the Vath, or the Non-Mind, who, for reasons that yet escape me, seem to have been excluded from the telepathic bond which connects their Nath counterparts. It's because they did that on purpose. Yeah, exactly. Thus are the Vath ignorant of the One Mind's thoughts and intentions, and the nature of their own god. In summary, we have wasted our time. Not so. Perilous though it may be, the Vath did furnish us with one certain method of approaching the Primal, as sacrifices. Should we allow ourselves to be captured in the environs of the colony, the Nath will bring us before their deity to make an offering of our souls. Great! This is like... This isn't the first time we've done this plan. Unless this... This might be the first time we've done it on purpose? Did we get sacrificed to Ifrit on purpose, or was that by accident? It's been a long time. I think that was a little more by accident, actually. I don't think we knew we were immune to tempering at that point. Whatever. I will admit I'd begun to wonder whether non-mind meant brainless. Apparently not. Stinian, don't be rude. Ifrit was on accident, okay. All rests upon the destruction of the Nath's god. If we must surrender ourselves for sacrifice to approach the abomination, freely will I do it. Breaking into hives. God dang it. Dang it, Koji Fox. You cut that out right now. Okay. Forgive me, but let us be clear about what it is you propose. You mean to say that you deliberately provoke the Nath, surrender yourself into what might generously be termed their custody, and then wait until their god arrives to claim your soul? Aye, that fairly well describes my plan. You will join me in this endeavor, will you not, Sucro? Judging by the great risks you took to prevent the summoning of Saint Shiva, you are not a woman to err on the side of caution. Nod. Would that I could fight at your side, Warrior of Light, but the power of the dragon is no protection against primal influence. Forgive me, but I must remain here with Master Alphino. Then it's settled. Sucro, you and I shall challenge the guards at the entrance to the colony. Once the hive is roused, we shall feign a brief show of resistance, and then allow them to take us prisoner. She is a cat. Have you known a cat to err on the side of caution? Though your common house cat is not akin to Sucro Funk. Naturally. I think a cat tends to err on the side of being a cat, more than anything. Indeed. Indeed. It depends on the cat again. When I think of the kind of cat who would declare, I am a cat, I think of a silly cat who would not be very cautious. But again, not the same kind of cat that Sucro Funk is. I forgot what a menu was for a second. I just wanted to show the funny horse again. I have to spread Starlight Celebration Cheer. I forgot the name again. Oh, I should show one thing. This is just silly, I think. So much holiday cheer. A lot of holiday cheer, in fact. Whoops, that's a horse. Anyway, indeed. Unfortunately, I have not been to a flying zone with the reindeer yet, but I can only assume that the reindeer flies, as one would expect such a creature to do so. That was a roundabout sentence, a little bit. Hey, woohoo, yay, wah. Oh, we have to fight specific creatures, I guess. Oh wait, no. That's for the side quest, I think. Eh. Hello, I am here to get sacrificed. Just kidding. Intruders, your lives are forfeit. I think as a ranged DPS, I think that is the genre of class, ranged physical DPS, I mean, where the voice you have chosen for your character becomes the most obvious. The one where she's most likely to go, ha! Or whatever. I've often forgotten what Sucro's actual voice sounds like. So this may surprise you, especially since I've made it more audible with the audio balance. Might as well destroy these individuals and take their gun. Ha! Etc. Oh, I was supposed to be over here. Sorry, Azael, I got a little bit carried away. I went a little bit ahead in the plan. The Overmind must by now be aware of our intrusion. Let us press on into the Hive and ensure that we have our host's undivided attention. There she goes. I seriously forgot that this part of the game was before Sohm All. So there's a trial before the first story dungeon, and there's an optional dungeon before either of those. I didn't realize this. That's true. Ablethquizza hasn't given me guns lately, but she did give me an eye level 590 Reaper Scythe. So I think Ablethquizza wants me to stay as a Reaper. You can see it here, the Radiance War Scythe. Which I think is the kind of scythe that you can exchange for the most valuable current tombstone. Like, this is one of the highest eye level weapons you can get without going into, like, extreme raids or anything or something like that. I don't remember. I don't know for sure, because I'm nowhere close to that. Second tier of tombstone. Okay. I already have some of those, because I've done some stuff as summoner for the heck of it. By the way, speaking of ranged physical DPS, I think if they follow any sort of pattern with the new job classes added in expansions, I'd say there's probably a good chance that the next expansion will have a ranged physical DPS in it. And a tank. I think that's what we're due for at this point. Maybe? No, wait. Dancer was Shadowbringers. It could be a magical DPS instead, actually. But yeah, probably a tank, because it seems to be there's a tank every other one. I don't know. Maybe they'll just do 2 DPS, actually. Who can say? Vote now on your phones. They'd have to make this menu longer, actually, if they added more tanks or healers. And there's a bunch of open spots below melee DPS, so clearly they were just gonna get 2 melee DPS in the next one. We're gonna get, let's see, what are we missing? We're gonna get, pirate, and pirate with like a giant anchor, because that's fine, and then, no, that's not a Final Fantasy thing. I'm just thinking of Guilty Gear or something. I can't think of any off the top of my head. It's easier for me to think of missing ranged classes and magical classes. Well, magical melee DPS green mage. Calling it now. No, probably not. Anyway. I got thoroughly distracted. Valkyrie from Bravely Default. What does a Valkyrie use as a weapon? Surely that's probably like something that's already covered, right? Yeah, aren't they just... I was assuming just Dragoon. Valkyrie is likely to use a spear. Oh, hey, it's a Ether Current. I don't think they would have Dragoon 2, most likely. If I had to guess. If they added the 11, like a take on the 11 Puppeteer, that would be fun. Especially if like all the puppets were different weapons. And you could glamour into whatever puppet you liked the most. Just add the doll master from Ogre Battle. Yeah. Brings back classic summoner pet combat. I don't know if they do that at this point, but hey, maybe. I will only accept them bringing in the Ogre Battle puppet class if on your birthday you get the most powerful puppet weapon in the game. But only on your 99th birthday, so you have to like wander around the world map for about a year of real time. Not literally, but... You get the most powerful puppet master weapon as like a 99-year loyalty bonus. There's nothing wrong with this idea. Anyway. There is no way this could backfire. That should be sufficient. If we did not have our host's full attention before, we must surely have it now. Our audience with the Primal may be granted soon after our capture. Pray advise me once you've steeled your mind for the battle to come. There are several people watching who could, if they wanted to and server transfer was expedient, join in on an upcoming battle, but I don't know if that would actually be practical. It might take too much time to data center transfer. Also, I don't think I have everyone on my friends list that I'm thinking of. Nope. Too much time? Fair enough. I'll have to remember to add you to Sucro's friends list at some point, though. Or rather, we'll have to arrange that. If you think you can sneak on in time, by all means. You are prepared, then? I don't remember the mechanics of this boss fight, by the way. This is... The dancer idle pose is kind of funny in a cutscene. This is the idle pose of someone who can't sit still. Sucro ADHD confirmed? I think I actually did already decide that that was true. Hold here, Sucro. When the next Nath come, we offer no resistance. Nod. Will they suspect anything? Probably not. Surrender, intruders! There is no escape! True. Enough, we surrender. We throw ourselves upon the mercy of your god. A little bit obvious there, aren't you? I guess they don't mind too much. You ever walk up to a god and say, JK lol, and then throw a chakram at the god? Because that's what we're going to do soon enough. Not only the ALMAO, but also the JK lol. Two of the most powerful weapons. Question mark? They seem eager to proceed. Good. When they take us before their lord, pray leave matters to me. If what I know of summoning rituals holds true, I shall be well placed to act. Mark the sound of the river rushing through the ravine behind us. Passing loud, is it not? I imagine the noise would serve to mask our escape should we need to withdraw temporarily. But you are prepared, are you not? I do hope so. If I were to be dragged away from sacrifice while you were haggling over the price of potions, I should not be amused. Oh no. That's fine. Though I dismissed Master Alphino's concerns, I confess that I did wonder how the Nath might treat their prisoners. Happily, it would seem that they're not wont to harm sacrifices, nor even to disarm them. Plainly, they imagine their god invulnerable. Plan goes better than expected. Hey. Try to escape and we will break your fleshy legs. Try to escape and we will break your fleshy legs. I appreciate that they both say the same thing, actually. Okay, bye! Lol. Can I... No, I cannot jump off there. Visit a random world is an option? That's very strange. Well. Hey, LMAO! Lamau! I gotta do this part first.
Now we have but to wait.
Yep.
O Lord Ravana, master of the sacred blades, wrath of the colony, conqueror of the world, hear our prayer.
Hey, I wasn't far off with the arbitrary voice I've given the Vath and Nath.
Pray grant unto your devoted children the gift of your divine presence.
They weren't summoning the corgis, but they got the corgis anyway. At least Lily. Imagine if, like, instead of Ravana, there was just like an out to lunch sign that popped up or something.
He comes.
Yep, I guess he's about to show up anyway. I forgot the really cool intro animation, so that's rad. Oh, hey. I guess it doesn't take that long to world transfer them. Hello. Oh. For a second I thought that was just a fight here. Like a... Hello.
All strength to the colony. Speak and I shall listen.
I cannot put my arms down!
O glorious general, we have captured intruders and would make unto you an offering of their life's blood.
That is really cool that this Ravana's totally new. Totally new.
To invade Natlands.
We sure did.
Hear me, Lord Ravana. My companion and I did not come to contest your children's territory. We wished only to learn the reason you wage war against the dragons.
Thou wouldst flirt with death merely to satisfy thy curiosity. Wherefore should the glorious conquests of the Nath concern thee so, Elezen? Ah, mayhap thine own kind struggle against the worms fareth poorly, and thou art desirous of a pact.
We crave no alliance, Lord Ravana. Only peace. We would bring an end to our war with the dragons. Yet so long as they remain embroiled in this conflict with your children, our goal shall remain out of reach.
Is Ravana just going to be like, what? No fighting? That's bullshit. Probably.
Never before have the Nath risen up in such numbers, and never yet with you at their head. Why do you lead them to war?
Because war is cool.
Thy question hath no meaning. To live is but to fight.
Exactly. I mean, I have done this part
Long
before.
have my children waited, gathering their strength in the shadow of thy ceaseless conflict. The Nath would see the Dravanians slain, and their territory secured. And by such fervent prayers am I now given form and purpose.
Pieces for squares. Square is the softest shape. Care not for conflict, unlike these hardened warriors. Teehee.
As I feared, your very existence is an obstacle to our goal. Since you are so fond of fighting, we challenge you, Lord of the Nath.
I just wanted to make a Squaresoft joke, even though they're Square Enix now. That's all.
And should we emerge the victors, I would have you swear to withdraw your soldiers from Dravanian soil.
Thou art bold indeed to risk thy fleshy hide so readily. Very well. I, Ravana, fourfold master of the blade, do accept thy challenge.
I'm curious what Vervana's voice acting would sound like without the filter. Because I can tell that whoever voice acted Ravana was having a great time.
But should I emerge the victor, I would have thee swear to serve in mine army till thy last breath is spent. Do you accept?
Yeah, because you're gonna get destroyed, obviously.
I do. And I believe the first bout is mine.
Oh, you're just gonna... Azael, we don't need to do this part. Azael, the environment. Dang it, Azael. Yeah, think of the ether. Though I guess, like, draining the crystals that are powering Ravana, probably a good idea.
What is this? A god clad in flesh.
What is this? Great. Great line read.
Is aught amiss, my lord? Thou wilt not break thy word, I trust.
Mine oath is unbending as steel, little goddess. Thy ruse will but add to mine enjoyment.
Azael, you only have one sword. Ravana's got 4 swords. That's enough to have an adventure of some kind. You have no chance. She's just doing her ultimate attack to transition into phase 2. Or at least trying to. Hey, you kind of have to like do something during that part, right? Okay, fair enough. I completely forgot there was a primal versus primal fight. That is pretty cool. Ouch. Youch. Not enough swords.
I thought myself stronger. Mayhap with more crystals?
Well.
Be thou god or maid, thou art nothing to me. And what of thee, mortal? Art thou warrior or craven?
Neither. I'm a cat, bitch. Haha! Prepare to die. And by that I mean... Got him.
A warrior, then? Good! Mayhap thou will provide more sport than thy feeble companion.
Hang on, let me summon up to 7 other people. As you rotate in place. That is a very cat action, isn't it? Hey, Izale, are you doing okay? Yeah, she's probably fine. She's only, like, wounded. Alright. It's time for... friend of the show, Karma, to join the party. Welcome, Karma. in the chat that is covered up, Karma says in the shoot, what are these called? The auto translate words. I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. Found it. Hello. Thank you. Great. Excellent. Okay. Forgive me. I was overconfident. Yeah, that's fine. What do you have to say, Nath Priest? The wrath of the colony is undefeated. Victory to the Nath. Yeah. And so, we wait. Wait, what? I thought surely. Ah. It's Manderville Dance, not slash Manderville. Ah, you can't jump on the torches? Come on. What do you have to say, Nath Drone? Same thing. Understandable. I hope that they made all of the Nath have the exact same dialogue and animations on purpose because they are hive mind. That seems to be likely. Allow me to demonstrate how you dab in this game. Behold. And now we wait. This is the one problem with playing as a DPS, of course. If I were to be able to simply delete any anxiety that I have, first of all, that would be great. Secondly, I would be able to play as a class that is in higher demand and thus have a shorter queue time. However, I must simply remain here dabbing until I am called. I appreciate that. Oh, hello. Welcome. I haven't streamed too often in a while. I've done a few YouTube video series, but yep. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the stream. I don't think my deal with it macro is going to work. It's not even on my bars, actually. I think I have that set up for Paladin only. I might have to adjust that. Oh, wow. It has been quite a while since Cat Wedding. This is an entirely different character, playing through the game a second time. Much later. Oh no. That happens sometimes. Seems that not many people desire to wage war against Ravana today. At least not at this moment. My keyboard used to do that sometimes on my previous computer. Because I had to set it up so that that was an option in order to play certain games. And as a result, there was some sort of arcane hotkey that was occasionally accidentally hit that I think would change the keyboard language. It didn't actually impact my ability to type at all. It just changed an icon in the system tray, and that's it. I believe I had to activate... Oh no, you can't stand on that. Ah, you can stand in the crystals, though. I believe I had to activate the ability to have a Japanese keyboard in order to play Toho Puppet Dance Performance. Sucre will become powerful. You know, that is a stand power, isn't it? You are now writing in hiragana. Or any foreign script, indeed. If only I had the confidence and mental health to play as a tank. That works too. Ah, PSO2. By all definitions, a video game to be sure. I think the streams I did of PSO2 Episode 4 are going to be stuck in my brain. At least certain parts of those. Episode 4 surely was... truly was... Episode 4. Perhaps you could describe it as a trip. I considered also streaming Episode 5. But Episode 5 is like a million dialogue and no gameplay. I made a funny image for it. But then it was actually, when I revisited some of it just to get Star Gems, it was actually super boring. Episode 6 I have never played. I heard that it was okay. My opinion on PSO2 and PSO2 NGS have... well... for the most part, I don't like them anymore, to be honest. They aren't what I'm looking for in a Phantasy Star Online at this point. However, PSO 1, Episode 3, was one of the higher up winners on an interest check poll. So at some point, we may be playing funny retro card game on this stream. Blue Burst was was also on the interest poll and didn't get quite as many votes, but I might consider that eventually. I really want to see how Episode 3 Card Revolution has held up after all these years. The main things I remember about Episode 3 are I was bad at it. Card battles took a while. The final boss music was great, and they remixed that in PSO2 eventually. And there was a funny robot voice that announced all of the segments of the turn, like the different phases, like move, draw, set, etc. Gotta love the funny robot voice. I don't remember much about the story at all. Oh, also the card art in the game is pretty great. Oh, it's very 2000s, actually. You know, since we have this time, I'm gonna look up when that happened. What was the year that Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 CARD Revolution released? 2003 in Japan and 2004 in North America and PAL regions. Specifically March for North America and June for PAL regions. November 2003 for Japan. Fair enough. Since we have time, since we're just sitting here, I think I can... let me see. Here's some music from Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 while we're here. Why not, right? It's pretty good. It's a bit loud, sorry. Sorry. I'll turn it down. Is that better? Hopefully that's better. Alright. Sorry. Okay. I turned it down a bit more. This is when it starts picking up. This is silly. It is at this point that I would like to inform you that this is the music for the file select in the game. Like, I don't know if this is really necessary for the file select music, but that's what it is. Especially since it hasn't looped after a minute and a half. Got a bit excited with this one, I guess. I think I have other... I guess this is now a Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 Card Revolution soundtrack looking at stream briefly. While we wait. Hopefully nothing is too loud. This is the deck building music. That's true. Sucro dances to her own rhythm, okay. Gotta have a good deck building theme in a card game. Average wait time has gone up to 13 minutes. Nobody else is in the party, according to the video game. That would be a good feature. I'll still have to add you to my friend list, Aya, but I think you can send me a... I was just asking a few people around if they wanted to join, since I know them personally. I don't tend to have invites open to people I don't really know. Sorry to say. Apologies. Hopefully that's fine. Okay. What other songs we got? For some reason, this one is called Nebula Montana. I don't know why some songs are named how they are. Isa, you don't have this game. Also, I guess your computer's a toaster. I may have forgotten that detail. I don't know if I knew that. Or I might have known that. I probably knew that. I forget a lot of things. Also, incidentally, Nebula Montana here is a remix of episode 2 music. I believe, yes. Yeah, this is from like the central control area, jungle, coastline. I forget what it's called. Shoot. And mountain. Is it coast? Is it? It's not beach. Regardless, it's the episode 2 areas that are after the VR segments. Speaking of songs that have weird names in this soundtrack, here's the song for just like the hub area. It's pretty chill. You may be surprised to learn that the title of this song is Morgue Part 1. Cool, thanks. Oh, I also do not know how to world transfer. Like, no, morgue is in, like, places where bodies are at. You know, like,
morgue.
That one. A place where bodies are kept, it says. And that's the name of your Hub World's theme song. I don't know what the other kind of morgue you're talking about is. Incidentally, you might be wondering why there's a part 1 in the title of this song as well, and I also don't remember when part 2 shows up. But it's in here somewhere. There it is. So yeah, there's like super danger time, bad stuff is happening version of the hub theme, I guess. I don't know when this shows up. It makes it sound like you're fighting in the hub, but you're definitely not. That's cool though. Wow, that's quite a statement. And hey, it's not a room, it's a building. Oh hey, there it is. We just had to summon the morgue. And now, will the other 2 DPS wake up? Will the last DPS wake up? Yay! And now Ravana. I think it's funny that they had to reuse this intro animation. And by had to, I mean it was so cool that they couldn't not. You cannot see it, but I am swaying to the music. That's him. That's Mr. Ravana.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Oh, right, I don't have closed position yet. I can't actually have a dance partner. Hey, is this the first time in a while I've fought a trial at the legitimate level sync? Probably.
Furious as a blaze.
I don't really remember the mechanics. I think you have to stand at certain places for this. Ah, yeah, he's gonna do a spin attack like near him. Or something. Oh.
Feel my blades.
I'm just constantly being thrown by not having specifically closed position, because that's kind of like half the gimmick of Dancer.
I am invincible. Bleed. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
I think we have to kill these, probably. I believe the Moon Ghana is the most important one.
Prepare thyself.
Ah. Right. And the amount of...
In the glory of combat.
Yep.
Unyielding of the earth.
I'm pretty sure that fight was supposed to last longer than that.
Right of combat proclaim the victor. I lay my blades at thy feet, child of man.
But alas, as everyone's power level has rapidly increased over time, Ravana didn't even get to do some of his gimmick. Thank you for your assistance, Karma. I don't have my emote messages on. I wanted to hear more of the music. That music is really cool. Well, boss got owned, time to cheese it. Hey, Azale, you doing alright? Better, at least?
You do not disappoint, warrior of light. Would that I had your skill in battle. I do begin to see why so many place their faith in you.
I don't have access to Savage yet. And I'm scared of that.
For all his savagery, I do not think Ravana one to break his word. Provided the dragons do not trespass upon Nath lands, they should have little to fear of the Primal's biting blades. We have done well, have we not? Come, let us return to Vidofnir and share these glad tidings.
That is most likely true, I would say. Oh no. A scary man.
Once more you achieve the
Scary lady.
impossible, bringer of light. But with every mortal heart that succumbs to fear and fury, another voice is joined to the chorus, beseeching divine succor. At their bidding, warring gods will shake the firmament, and your world will be consumed in the swelling storm of chaos.
Mm-hmm. It really does. That's also one of the scholar's, like, actual abilities. Ding! Hello, I am back on the screen. Yeah, I actually mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were here for it, I talked about PSO for a bit. I was talking about how PSO2 and NGS are not what I want out of Phantasy Star Online anymore. And then we listened to some PSO Episode 3 music while we were waiting in queue for Ravana. So good timing, actually. Anyway, here we are on the side of a mountain, I guess? For some reason. Never since we first fought have I seen you draw upon the full extent of your power, and never from afar till this day. You were a marvel to behold, Sucro. No, the Christmas event in, Iphinia? That sounds like a chaotic mess from what you've described it. What did you say, like 16 gibbles in a small box or something like that? Just a clown car of giant ape mini-bosses? The only update PSO2 has gotten since NGS came out is to stop giving mission badges or anything like that, so it's actually impossible to get the strongest augments in PSO2. So the answer to your question is no, and it's also, like, worse because you can't access anything anymore. Or you can't access everything anymore, I should say. I mean, if you were looking to... So yeah, a -1 update is a good way to put it. Well, 'tis time we rejoined our companions. They will be eager to hear the tale. Yeah, good. That's a good emote, I think. And to continue our journey. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if I actually like regular PSO2 more than NGS, which is really funny to me because for the longest time, I was like, wow, NGS is really cool. I'm glad it's better than PSO2, to my opinions. In my opinion, they did indeed beef it, yes. Though if you count the original PSO, or any of like Phantasy Star Universe, and that line of games as also MMOs, then those do still have that option. At this point, my opinion is that, like, the original Phantasy Star Online, or rather the Blue Burst incarnation of it, and Phantasy Star Online Portable 2 Infinity are probably the two best PSOs. PSO2 and NGS obviously have a lot more options for character customization, which is a point in their favor. But also in a way that's a point against it because of what people do with them, and they force me to look at it. I really don't like how a lot of other people make their characters in that game, and there's not really that many options to avoid looking at them. Though that really applies to any MMO. Yeah, and you have to gamble on it with real money. I think the main downfall of NGS, specifically, okay, the main two. One, the quality of life features that are practically required to play the game, require you to pay real money in two separate ways. That is to say, you need to use both Star Gems and the subscription to Premium to most easily have access to both material storage and automatic selling of trash drops. Otherwise, and also to expand your inventory. Otherwise, your inventory clogs immediately and you can barely play the game. At least in some areas. Where am I going exactly? I guess I'm taking a long way around while I ramble. And then, I'm probably going the wrong way entirely, actually. And then, yeah, I guess it's up here, probably. And then also, that's also a good way to put it, too. NGS did a lot of things that were popular, but people weren't asking for. That leads into my other point, where I think the open world structure harms it more than it helps it. I miss a mission structure with maps. That's really what it boils down to as far as the actual gameplay is concerned. Like, excluding the parts where you have to pay money to play the game, like, in a non-tedious fashion. Somebody just, like, died out there. Okay, that's fine. They took off on a horse. They're alive. Just someone crunching to the ground as they talk about PSO2 is kind of funny, though. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Open world... Oh, they did it again. Or that's someone... Oh! That's not just any somebody. That's Aya. Hello. You've found me. I'll send you a friend request. Farewell. That was a very good entrance for a Dragoon, though. I gotta say. Shoutouts to friend of the stream, La Zodiac. Also known as Aya. Also known as Ayato Vice in this game. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. The only way it could have been better for a Dragoon is if she died on impact and was just dead on the floor. That would be even more appropriate, I think. And yeah, PSO better with instanced areas that have like level design in them. One slightly rude way I often complain about PSO2 NGS is I miss level design, but that's honestly pretty accurate. Anyway, oh, and that reminds me, speaking of Dragoons, there was chat messages covered up by the little chat-proof window thing that I neglected to mention. During that fight, if you'd paid close attention to the party bars, there was a Dragoon who died, and as they explained in the party chat, they were like, so it turns out that the Dragoon's elusive jump can clip through the fences. So that's pretty great. A Dragoon backflipped through the world and into the abyss. Or at least through a fence. As a Dragoon should. As is correct. Unfortunately, by the way, I am only level 8 Lancer. I have not been drawn towards Dragoon. I'm also only level 51 Red Mage, which means I've gained 1 level in Red Mage. It's funny because I used to main Dragoon and Red Mage for certain expansions, but for some reason now they don't click with me anymore, at least not immediately. Anyway, I have muskets to give you. Enjoy. That was not the main quest, but it did give me an ether current. What do you have to say, Stinian? The Ant-Man's god is fallen, then. Impressive warrior of light. Okay. Hey, I beat up a god. Lamal. Sucro, Lady Izael, thank the 12! Don't thank them too hard, because we'll also have to kill them later, probably. At least some of them. Lord Ravana, you say? How curious that the Vath never mentioned his name. Are you quite certain he'll keep his word? There was honor beneath his savagery. That we survived the encounter at all was a miracle I must attribute to Sucro. Nod. Never did I doubt you, warrior of light, unlike some. You were gone so long that Master Alphino here nigh lost his wits with worry, fretting like a maid for her sweetheart he was. Estinian, was that truly necessary? Yes. Ha ha ha, not truly necessary, but certainly true. I had to dab on Alphino for Estinian there. Ahem. What matters is that the primal is banished, and our promise fulfilled. We should return to Vidofnir without delay. Lest you forget, this was but a means to secure an audience with the worm, Hraesvelgr. Nidhogg's minions will not be halted by idle chatter. Come now, we must make every moment count. That's true. You are unkind, Estinian. For all his experience and intellect, Alphino is still but a boy. Nod. Estinian shrug. I think Sucro just nodded. Alize would be proud of that. Out of all the characters in Final Fantasy XIV, who do you think is the most likely to dab? And how high on that list is Alize? I would say that the most likely to dab character is one that we have not been introduced to properly yet. Urianger. You know, he probably would be pretty high up there on the list. No one would expect it, but it would be hilarious. 'Tis natural for him to feel concern for his companions. Ah, you should have seen the boy fretting. 'Twas a sight to behold. Tease him no more. Master Alphino is to be applauded for his sense of responsibility. Given his years, 'tis little wonder the burden weighs heavy upon his shoulders. Neither of you know the shit Alphino has done or been through, really. Anyway. Shall we be on our way to Annex Trine, then? I would not have the dragons think that we've forgotten our bargain. I should pick up a side quest while I'm here. I would say that the first character that comes to mind for me in terms of Final Fantasy XIV characters likely to dab is, as I said, one we've not really properly been introduced to yet. Well, they play a major role in Shadowbringers, is what I'll say. Quest sync. Huh. Oh, is this the tribal quest? It is. Ah, yes. I didn't realize I could access this so immediately. That is also, that's 100% canon too. You're right, I forgot about Nero. Nero would definitely dab, like 100%. Nero would have some sort of jet-powered techno dab. He would specifically install, like, jet joints on his armor to make him dab faster. And nobody would understand why. I believe that's probably also canon. Also most likely true. Unless he was busy wielding his hammer. I don't know if you can dab while wielding a great hammer. Anyway. That quest was not what I expected, but I will pick it up for now. I didn't realize there was a tribe quest that I could access already for the Vath. Anyway. Bagpipes. Oh wow, we've been going for 3 hours. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer at least. Will the dragon now honor her word? That remains to be seen. Vidofnir will be pleased to hear of Lord Ravana's defeat and of his pledge to recall his soldiers. You should be the one to break the news. The victory was yours after all. Hello. Your expertise could be valuable in this discussion. I was wondering which Final Fantasy XIV characters would be most likely to dab. The first one I thought of is one we don't properly know in the story yet, who plays a major role in Shadowbringers. But we've also since established that Urianger should dab, and that Nero would definitely dab. Yeah, I was probably planning on doing all the duty support stuff just to see it. And because it's more instant than a queue time. But yeah. Next time there's a trial or whatever. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nope. We killed the god. Nay, my friend, we return in triumph. By Sucro's hand was the beastman's god Lord Ravana laid low. In his overconfidence, the Primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat, a promise we believe he will keep. The Nath shall trouble you no longer. The deity is slain, then? How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of Morn, and there shall you find Halo, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Sam'al. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnir. If memory serves, the Cavern of Morn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. I think I remember having trouble figuring out how to get to the entrance of Sam'al. It seems like the dungeon is actually probably pretty close. So for right now, I think we could probably fit that in. I'm just gonna take a scenic route. And by that I mean not drive a horse to move faster. And not apparently summon my chocobo either. I think I have decided that as great as Boaster is, there's not really a point in having a chocobo deployed when you're far above the area's level and not doing fates. And also, Boaster kept wandering through people's models in the middle of dialogue. Like, Boaster, please respect personal space. A little bit. Oh. Why, hello there. It's friend of the stream, Rika. Shoutouts to Rika. Unexpected cameo. I'm going to collect this quest. What? A trade offer? Wait, what is this key item I have? Oh, right. I was doing a Zodiac Weapons. What is this trade offer? I receive Tree Toad. I'll treasure it with my life. For the rest of my life. Farewell. Thank you for the toad. Farewell. Someone over here has a yokai. Deployed. Oh yeah, and also an edgy chocobo. I think I have that chocobo barding, actually. Tree Toad. I wish you could lock an item. Actually, well, now that Rika's shown up, I should remember to eat this bubble chocolate. Oh wait, that's not actually Rika crafted bubble chocolate. Whomstadiv. Strange. Mysterious. What was I doing? I think I need to proceed further up a staircase. Which might still be over here. Oh shit. I forgot about the chocobo saddlebag, you're right. This toad will be in the chocobo saddlebag forever. No, this bubble chocolate says it's been crafted by Adelina White. And I have no clue who that is. Shoutouts to Adelina White. I'm guessing what that is that at least one piece of the high quality bubble chocolate was not crafted by Rika. And thus the entire stack claimed that it's by someone else. I don't know why I have this, though. Very mysterious. In my mind, Rika just creates all of the bubble chocolate in the world. Valentine's Day? Like, maybe I purchased it for use in a quest or something? I don't know. Am I going in the correct direction? I think so. I might be... No, I think I'm actually just ahead of myself here. I think this is the correct direction, but I'm not supposed to be here yet? Or, wait. Maybe this is the correct direction. No, this is the right one. I was looking at a different objective. Okay. This music is still really good, by the way. Oh yeah, so how do we feel about Sucro as a dancer so far? We have witnessed the glory of combat with dancing involved. Does it seem appropriate? Fitting? Correct? Fair enough. I'm one of those people who, unlike I assume most people in video games, sometimes prefer to take the slower movement option. I mean, until I had flight and could just skip all the way there. Sometimes I like just walking or running rather than, say, I don't know, using a bike in Pokemon. Though in that case, it's more inconvenient to use the bike. Miraidon is different. Miraidon is a friend, and not just a bicycle. And also is very easy to like, use, and also very required to navigate the world with after a certain point. So that's not quite the same. Well, not necessarily required, but very helpful is what I mean. I'm glad the opinion on Dancing Sucro seems to be that it works pretty well. But yeah, I could easily, like, drive a car or ride a bird to make this ascent slightly faster, but I am choosing not to. Because I just like walking sometimes. By the way, One vague idea I have for a stream in the future. Oh. Is, I'm considering... I liked Pokemon Violet enough. I've reached a dead end. I've gotten lost. Uh-oh. I wasn't really thinking about it. We found a statue. Oh. So I might have gone the wrong way. I liked Pokemon Violet enough. Go in from the bridge attached to the tower. Or I could... It doesn't let you jump off the cliff here. The car is funny, though. So that's like a valid transportation method. She's going over that cliff! Ah! Not really, though. What was I talking about? Right, I liked Pokemon Violet enough that I would consider buying Pokemon Scarlet and doing a slightly gimmicky playthrough of that on stream. At some point. It seems like a fun idea, potentially. Currently, my thoughts on that are I would probably gravitate towards doing some sort of monotype playthrough, as I tend to enjoy doing. It might be this way that I need to go. Tsuku's just going to drive this car now, I guess. Regardless of what I was saying about walking, because the car is funny. If this is incorrect, at least we get to drive a car through a cave. But yeah, currently thinking a monotype playthrough of some sort. Hesitant to give any further details because that might describe to some what the Pokédex is like when they don't know, when they have not yet completed the game, and I don't want to spoil anything, even in an abstract sense. But there are some types that I've been thinking of, I won't say what they are. Maybe this way? This car feels really slow because of the size of the car. Which I think is quite funny, actually. Oh, this is also the wrong way? This area... At least I can do sick tricks. What's over here, though? Yeah. You know, actually what I should be doing, probably, is driving the reindeer. Yeah, this is not anywhere close to correct. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just, I guess, teleport back to Annex Trine then. Oh, I have to go... yeah. Wait, they said from the second floor, though, right? So is that just a blatant lie? Is that an utter fabrication? Or did they just mean, like, this part, rather than going up 2 stories? Except you can't not? Like, can you exit from here, and that's what I was meant to do? Yeah, I think this is what I was supposed to be doing. Yep, this is right. Hello, Dragon Corpse. There is no response. It's just a corpse. I slightly embellished that. I should consider placing the reindeer on my hotbar somewhere. Why do I have treasure hunting stuff on the hotbar anyway? I'm not using it. That was actually the get away Midgard Swarmer button. Wrong one. Yep. Sorry, I'm dead. Indeed. Today is the reindeer's day to appear. Wait a minute. Hold on. There's an important action. I gotta demonstrate holiday spirit to the corpse. Alright, there's some quests involving egg carrying around here somewhere. As someone was just demonstrating. I think the number one mount that I would want in this game is the ability to just like fly around and run around really fast under your own power with magic or something. I just want to like glide around like with pixie dust or something like that. Give me like Kingdom Hearts Neverland flight. I just think that would be fun. Oh god, egg carrying with Valstrax? Is that a thing that Monster Hunter ever inflicts on you? Do you ever have to carry an egg when Valstrax is nearby? That's scary. Burn it down, burn them all, Snore. That one's not dead. That dragon is just mad and asleep. Oh. I didn't realize I was that close to 70. I just walked forward and gained a level and an achievement. Abruptly, unexpectedly. Oh god. Both Basils and Valstrax at the same time? That's frightening. We got the beat. 1. You can now accept the next class/job quest. No, I can't. It requires me to beat Heavensward to do high steppin' in the Holy See. Should I eventually cover the rest of the dancing quest line? Like I said, I did a few of it, but not much of it. And also I've done some of it off camera. It's a good quest line, sorta. I've arrived at a vista. What is the command that one needs at this vista, do you think? It was praying. Oh, I didn't realize there were these little, like, descriptions now? That wasn't there before. This ancient altar sits in the fiery depths of Morn. Once adorned by statues depicting a girl and a dragon, only the latter has survived to the present age. Lift your eyes above the structure and the base of the floating peak of Sohm all can be seen. Huh. I'm glad I stopped to check that. I did not know that happened. That's cool. Oh, so you think I should show the dance requests? Maybe eventually. Rika's hiding back there again. Sneaky cat. Aha! Oh no! There's a secret side quest to find all of Rika's hiding spots. Nobody knows about this. Cool statue. Hello, Vidofnir. Do you have to roar every time you land? Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Somal's summit for thee and thy companions. There's supposed to be, like, more fighting to get up here, but again, my level is way too high. That does sound like the sort of side quest that would give you power moons, doesn't it? Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as a holy ground and resting place both. Where are you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Istinian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Tiamat herself is said to guard this peak. I remember liking this boss fight a lot. Also, I remember running Somal a lot, because, like, this dungeon could drop the Gala Kitten minion. I think that was maybe the primary reason I did that. Probably. Also, the armor here is kinda neat, though it isn't to my taste nowadays. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Now this is actually true because of the... Spoken like a true butcher, need I remind you that we are come to parley a peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for their sake I go now to speak with Hraesvelgr. But I said nothing of Tiamat. Should the opportunity to present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. Feel the sting of my Valiantium blade. God. Imagine if Istinian was voiced by the same person who voiced Wonder Blue. Who was that again? I feel like I knew this. I feel like it's the same person who was Sonic the Hedgehog, right? God. Ah, Wonder Blue. Anyway. You are beyond redemption. Roger Craig Smith. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hraesvelgr, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Nod. Shrug. Sad. I think this scene works a lot better now that you can actually do the dungeon with these three. That's fun. I wonder if they rewrote it at all? Probably not. Normally, or before, you would have done this dungeon simply with 3 rando people. A dragon lost to anger is beyond all control. This I learned to my sorrow when I unleashed the horde upon Ishgard. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, and I already said this. I feel the weight of Dravanian rancor pressing down upon me. Yes. So, I would imagine that several of you who know Heavensward and Final Fantasy XIV have not actually seen this with duty support before, since this is relatively new. But yeah, we've got these 3. Istinian, Alphino, and Yzael. Oracle of Frost is her class. Yzael will actually change to fill whatever role you do not have. So if I were to change to... or rather, like, to some extent, if I were to change to, say, Gunbreaker, she is now a DPS. That's all I meant to say. I guess judging by the icon next to her, she functions as a gladiator when she's a tank, and a summoner as a DPS, I believe that was. That makes sense. She had a sword and shield during the Ravana fight cutscene. In any case, I have not seen this before, or rather, I've not done this dungeon as duty support before, and I imagine some people watching have not either. Thaumaturge? Yeah, that was Thaumaturge, you're right, sorry. I should know that. I have level 90 summoner. Welcome to the first proper dungeon of Heavensward. The first one required by the story, some all. That was more of a my bad, got it wrong sort of apology than an actual, like, than a different kind of apology. I don't know. No need to overthink that either, I'm sure. Cool music here. Izael does indeed have an icy sword and shield. One or more party members are new to this duty. Technically speaking, all of us are new to this duty, but 3 of them are NPCs, so. Alright. I don't know how much they'll chime in during this. It won't be the same as having party members, during later, trust system stuff. Oh right, I should be doing AoE.
Your guard is down.
Apparently Estinian is loud, so that's good to know. Hey, I have Curing Waltz in this dungeon. Neat. That's cool. But yeah, I remember running this dungeon often because I wanted a specific minion, which is probably now easily accessible. Alphino said, I feel I've seen this plant's like before, but where? And Izael said, Drakespur, beware its pollen. So they do have lines. Oh yeah, they probably revised this dungeon a bit too, you're right.
Know your folly.
Look, I know I turned the voice volume up, but Estinian being so much louder than everything else is pretty funny to me, actually.
Shiva, aid me!
I mean, I turned the voices up so that they would be equivalent to my voice or so. That was the idea. So far, I don't see anything that looks that different. Ah, more Drakespur. Focus on cutting down the plants. I'll provide support. It's easier to miss the NPC dialogue here. So they beeline for the Drakespur. As I guess the player ought to.
Shiva, aid me!
Yeah, she's using the Shiva gear. That is a good touch. I believe this is the only dungeon where Izael is one of the NPCs in your party. Because she's just not around for the other ones. She's elsewhere. Occupied with other things. I think. Spoilers? Tell me if the voices of the NPCs are too loud or anything, by the way. Or if anything is too loud. By the way, I feel like we've made a pretty good amount of progress today, actually. Given that the first hour of the stream or so was just the holiday event. So in 2.5 hours or so, we've gotten to...
Focus. Release!
The first trial and,
Shiva, aid me!
the first trial and dungeon of the Heavensward story. Which is pretty good. Riskovnik. I didn't come all this way to cut down overgrown weeds. Nevertheless, I would see if your lance is suited to the task. I pressed the wrong one. I pressed the wrong dance, but I think that's probably fine, actually. It'd be pretty funny if this boss was very different, because there's a boss in Palace of the Dead that is based on this one, I think. Estinian's jump just looked really weird, by the way. I think this boss is the same. Phyto Beam? Was that the name of that attack?
Taste my lance.
You have to destroy the bees, or else there's problems. Oh, does that marker not mean anything? I thought that was like the bees are going here, or something like that. Not that there were any bees at the moment for that one. Oh, it doesn't have a defined meaning. Okay. Ah.
Taste my lance.
There's still a long way to go. Then let's keep moving. Whoa, it's Sky Hunter's ring. Probably nothing that I find in here will... Never mind. What is that better than? Agate Ring of Aiming. Okay, fair enough. Most of my dancing equipment is just kind of random, and or what you start with for dancer. Given that I have almost 4.5 million gil at this point. That's interesting. Alphino has to resummon his carbuncle after the area changed. Yeah. Also, his carbuncle actually fights stuff, it looks like. Which is also pretty funny, considering that they added this after Carbuncle stopped fighting anything for, like, regular Arcanist and Summoner. When I did some of the, when I showed some of the squadron gameplay once on stream, this is reminding me of that because the Arcanist squadron members still have Shadow Flare, They can,
with you. Know
they can,
your folly.
they can still leave a pool of damage floor, and that doesn't exist. It's just fun seeing NPCs use moves that were cut from the game.
Your guard is down.
When are they gonna add an NPC that can use cleric stance? That'd be funny. Remember cleric stance? What if they brought back cleric stance for a new class? Somehow. Oh, you don't remember cleric stance? Oh, cleric stance was a thing. I didn't realize you started in Shadowbringers. Cleric stance was a thing in, did they cut it in Stormblood or Shadowbringers? I don't remember, but it was a healer skill that used to exist. Basically, it made them swap their mind and intelligence stats, and they had to do that to be able to do any damage. So you had to stance dance, as it were, in order to swap from healing or damage dealing mode. And now healers' damage dealing spells just run off the same stat that their healing skills do. So they cut that completely. But it's something I remember because I used to main healer back in the day. Back in that day. It was an interesting mechanic, but I can see why they would get rid of it. God, I forgot paladins used parry materia then. I think with how they design the game now, it would be kind of fun if a class had a stance mechanic, because they could just make it so that all of your buttons changed when you swapped your stance. So you could have a class with like half as many buttons as usual, but they have to swap into a stance for whatever reason to access the other half. And it'd be an interesting way to both like lower the amount of buttons you have and make a class with a unique gameplay mechanic, now that I'm thinking about it. I feel like I already had that idea for something. Like, I think I once had an idea for a Geomancer class that could like swap from one half of their 4 elements then to the other. A dual range DP. I guess Red Mage is kind of melee and not melee, if that counts. It would probably have to be a DPS of some kind. And I guess you could argue that Summoner kind of has stances, as it is now. But, like, not really. Maybe a stance-based class wouldn't necessarily fit into the 3 roles that they've got. Because that seems more like it would be a support DPS hybrid kind of thing, and that's not a character type that they're doing. Is this the boss that was changed? A thick hide will not spare from my lance. Its scales are like unto armor, etc.
I will end your struggles.
Oh, okay. Justinian's just gonna limit break, I guess. That's fine.
Away with you!
Maybe this is the boss that changed because their mechanic was... I think this is different. At least a little bit. So is Justinian like a future trust character is in that way, where they use their limit break as soon as possible? I know that Justinian is eventually in the trust system proper, but I have not actually played a part of the game where that is the case. This is duty support, which is technically different, so...
Shiva, aid me!
Yeah, this used to have a lot more blobs, and you could, like, fight the blobs and destroy them, but now they're just, like... When the boss grabs a certain blob of a certain color, it will do a certain thing, and you can't target them anymore. Got it. We can still target the Kime of the Mountain, or whatever. And we need to, because otherwise bad stuff happens. But we can't target any of the other ones. I think basically red blob stack, blue blob get away from whomever. So the mechanics are functionally the same, but there are fewer blobs. You can't attack the other blobs. Huh, it was a worthy adversary. We are not here for you to enjoy sport, Dragoon. Ah, yeah, the markers were weird before? Okay. Yeah, that tracks. I do remember when the Autumn Veil coin counter didn't have AoE markers. Isn't there a future, like, coin counter adjacent boss that has the same mechanics but still doesn't have the markers? Or am I making that up? Carbuncle. I feel like there is. Maybe in one of the, I think that might be in one of the deep dungeons. I think there's a coin counter clone that might not have the AoE. Okay, yeah. By the way, new deep dungeon in the next patch. I won't get to it for a long time, but I am excited because I do love the deep dungeons, honestly. Oh yeah, yeah, Shadowbringer's dungeon sounds probable, and I think Halatelli Hard is correct. Yeah, that sounds right. I say sounds probable as if you weren't saying it was definite for some reason.
Away with you!
I think what I'm supposed to be doing on when there's two targets is the single target rotation, and that applies to any class. But sometimes my brain just stops and I decide to AoE everything instead. I sort of remember that. I think it'd be really funny if a duty support or a trust for any dungeon in the game, like, played as players do, and like if Azale pulled the entire dungeon instead of stopping for encounter. Please, I beg you, let us pass! Your words fall on deaf ears. This is one thing I mean about, like, feeling more comfortable as a ranged physical DPS, by the way. You can see a lot of these AoE markers that require you to move around a lot, and especially the ones that are around the target you're trying to fight. So if I were actually in melee range, I would have to be moving out of, like, being able to actually attack sometimes.
Your folly.
I mean, the game is designed around that, of course, so it's not like that's unexpected, but it feels different, you know? If that makes any sense.
Shiva, aid me!
And the less time I spend attacking, the more time I spend feeling like I'm not helping. At least as a DPS character, of course. I don't know why I ran. Can I Peloton the NPCs? Yes, I can, I think. Sprinting does not make anything go faster in here. I wonder if Tiamat is different at all. Hey, I wanted the treasure chest! No, Tiamat, please. Please. Oh, they're all here in the cutscene, too. Tiamat, consort of Nidhogg, we beseech you, grant us safe passage to the mountain summit. We mean you no harm. No! As I thought, blind to reason like all the rest. If you would see our mission to its conclusion, you know what must be done. Such rage and rancor. Is there truly no other way? Was this cutscene there before? I'm gonna guess maybe not. Is any of that better for me? No. Okay. Alright, new cutscene. Neat. I wonder if that cutscene is different if you are playing this solo? Enemy that spawns immobile enemies that spend health to spawn tiny enemies that explode is a very Heavensward era design. Sounds about right. If you would flee, now is the time. And abandon our mission? Don't be absurd. This boss seems pretty similar. Now this is also like a good example of, with this many AoEs everywhere, I feel like I'd be scrambling around a lot as a melee character, not knowing what to do. More so than I would as a ranged character. Okay, they're running over there. Now you run away from that. Right, right. I think this is the same, mostly. There might be a little bit less chaos here. Also, apparently that hit me. I feel like there was a little bit more chaos in this fight before, but maybe that's just at the later part of Tiamat's health bar. The arena is larger. Huh. Didn't remember that. That's an interesting change. It does make... Maybe that's why it feels less chaotic.
I have my pride.
Oh, right. The wings. Wings. Right. Yeah, back in Heavensward, since... Actually, I don't know if everyone here knows this because of starting later.
Away with you!
But back in Heavensward, the Bard and the Machinist, at a certain point, basically became casters. I don't remember if Bard would have been that at this point in... I think it was as soon as they got to Heavensward levels, right? They had to switch into having cast bars for everything they did.
I will end your struggles.
They did away with that. I think that would have been...
Struggles.
He will end your struggles. I think that was something that was present in this dungeon, right?
Away with you!
Because that was like level 51 or 52. Yeah, that stance would be the Wanderer's Minuet, which is still present, but it does something very, very different now. And I believe the Machinist equivalent was like Gauss Barrel or something. Anyway, we win. Hooray, we did a thing! Nobody's gonna do a happy post for this one, though. Sucro mad. We should go, Azael. The summit await. I only got to read one of those things. Y'all said those sentences for like 2 seconds. 1 second. Tiamat said, Nidhogg, my beloved, avenge me at some point. And also, arrogant insects be crushed beneath the weight of my fury. You dare intrude upon the sacred mount. My jaws shall run red with the blood of men. Etc., etc. Yeah, Wanderer's Minuet used to be the turret stance, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not the most useless song. I think people think Army's Paean is the most useless song. Army's Paean, if that's how you say that, used to regenerate people's TP, and you will notice that TP doesn't fucking exist anymore. So that was something too. And then Mage's Ballad used to recover people's MP. So bards had to manage people's resources. Also, Sprint took your TP down to 0, if I remember correctly. Bard now is strange. I don't think I like it. I can show you what I have available as Bard. We got one of the new, not new, oops. This is what the armor of this dungeon looks like. It's this sort of like fur armor. It's kind of neat. It's not what I like these days, really, because I prefer to cover as much skin as possible typically for my own reasons, but it is kind of neat. I like it. I don't think Sucro would wear this either. I remember I once had an idea to use this and like a combination of like the winter holiday event garb that included like shoes that look like hooves and also some horns to have like a character that looks sort of like some sort of fawn or something like that. That was a neat idea. I think I ran this dungeon a bunch trying to get the armor and was unlucky repeatedly. So that didn't happen. By the way, you can have hooves in this game, in case you didn't know that. Oh. A crystal, as Mario would say. Purified Darkness crystal obtained. I need to record more of that game. Whoops. It's fine, there's no hurry. Nobody is desperate to see more of Mario plus Rabbids. Ah. What would Barry say about all this?
Just take a look at this.
I see. I think I have that on double audio, so that Barry was probably echoey, but you know, whatever. Maybe that enhances Barry's power. Sucro? I definitely heard that, Barry, so that was probably echoed. Sucro nodded. It would seem that Tiaman was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. What is happening? Is this new, by the way? Nidhogg, he roars. He knows we are here then. His fury, it bleeds through the eye. I don't remember this scene. Again, I don't remember most of the game, probably. Fear not, I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come. The heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Well, alright then. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance. O Saint Shiva, when will it end? Not for a very long time, Izael. Sorry. Game keeps having expansions after all. Somebody's gonna vengeance somebody else.
To the peak of Sohm, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds.
Hell yeah.
To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony.
Agreed.
Whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years. They came.
Excellent narration. The churning mists. Ah, this is not actually the Sea of Clouds. That's a different place, right? We've already been there, actually. The churning mists. Soon enough, we'll have to contend with the Moogles of the churning mists. Spoilers. That's sort of an infamous part of Heavensward, still, I believe. So that'll be great. Probably. But first of all, hey, I don't know if you could call it the best part. I mean, even as a joke. I don't think it's that bad. I think people do complain about it a lot. I wonder if they changed this. I feel like they might have. It would have been in line with how they changed A Realm Reborn if they went back and changed this part a bit. But maybe they didn't, I don't know. But we'll find out eventually. I think actually... I'm not going to do this right now. I'd like to take a look at Bard, at least what I have of it accessible, since that came up. Bard is very different from how it used to be. So, I'm no expert at Bard, as it is now. It seems we have a unicorn on our gauge. This is just the song gauge, right? Yeah. So that's something. Bard is, I think, probably the only remaining class with a heavy emphasis on damage over time. Which is interesting. But what they do now... Well, first of all, they want to apply Wind Bite and Venomous Bite. Then they have Bloodletter, which occasionally gains stacks just from hits getting in. And also just gains stats over time. That's their main off-global cooldown thing. They want to have Raging Strikes active. They want to use Barrage occasionally when they have Straight Shot ready, which is a random proc on Heavy Shot, I believe. I think that's the thing you want to prioritize with it. But of course, the main thing is their songs. They still have 4. Mage's Ballad, Army's Pion, Battle Voice... Battle Voice... No, Battle Voice is something different. Hang on. Well, let's see. The songs do damage. Bard kind of did get overhauled, but yeah, I feel like you might be correct. They are going to overhaul, to some degree, Paladin and I think Dragoon in the future. I think they've said. I think Paladin is scheduled for some big changes in the next patch. They haven't been more specific yet, but the live letter's pretty soon. They delayed the Dragoon changes, I think. Anyway, Mage's Ballad, etc. now do damage, and they grant a buff, which increase damage dealt by a slight amount in the case of Mage's Ballad. Mage's Ballad has a chance to grant Repertoire, which reduces the chance with a recast of Bloodletter and Reign of Death. Army's Pion increases direct hit rate of the nearby party members and grants Repertoire, which in this case reduces weapon skill, cast time, and recast time, etc. What else do we have? Wonder's Minuet also does damage. Wonder's Minuet is, I believe, the most powerful song still. Grants Wonder's Minuet to self and all party members, increasing critical hit rate by 2%. And Repertoire for this one, it's the most powerful because it grants you Execution of Pitch Perfect, which is a move that you can get, or that you can use. So basically, the gameplay of Bard is keep up your damage over time things, pay attention to if you're straight shot procs, remember to use Barrage and Raging Strikes and Battle Voice at the right times. Battle Voice is another party buff. But other than all that, the main thing is to cycle through your songs. They last long enough that you can basically rotate through them. You have to be paying close attention to your song time. And each song active gives you a slightly, you and party members nearby, a slightly different buff. And also gives you a slightly different utility thing. Wonder's Minuet is the best one because it grants you another off-global cooldown skill occasionally. Mage's Ballad is the second best one because it reduces the recast time of some of your major damage. And then Army's Pion is the filler one. That's fine, I guess, but it's the weakest song. There's other stuff here that happens later. You get, like, number of codas. Activate your song gauge to allow you to do certain other things. I believe the song gauge fills up as you do stuff with the songs active. and depletes when you change songs, so you have to keep that in mind when you cycle stuff, I think. Yeah, there's a soul voice gauge you get eventually that does something. There's a proc DOT that you get eventually. Or maybe no, I think this used to be a DOT, but it isn't now. Shadow Bite? No, this is just an AoE proc that's different from the other two. There's an increase HP recovery actions for a single party member or self button for some reason. Warden's Paean is you still have an Asuna kind of button. Bard is a little bit all over the place looking at it. There's Iron Jaws here, which refreshes your DOTs. That still makes sense. Imperial Arrow is, I think, just another off-global cooldown attack you get eventually. You still have Repelling Shot to jump off Titan's platform and die. But yeah, Bard is, of the 3 ranged physical DPS, the one that makes the least sense to me. Machinist has a lot of button presses, but it's fairly straightforward in my mind, specifically. So yeah, I think Samantha's right, and Bard is probably somewhere in the line for a big overhaul. Yeah. We can only hope that Bard remains somewhat unique rather than just being really similar to Dancer or Machinist after they rework it again. They've reworked Bard in minor ways a few different times, because there was like a period of time when Bard didn't have support stuff. Like the songs were just for your own benefit, but they added support back in because people really wanted support to be part of Bard's identity. And then, which makes sense. And of course, there was the Heavensward Bard, which was extremely different. And it's interesting, Dancer also is, of course, kind of support in a way, but, like, Bard still needs that to be part of the identity, because otherwise it's not really Bard. So I have no idea what they're going to do with it, honestly. I also really don't know what they're going to do to rework Paladin and Dragoon, which are ones they've announced they're going to do. Like, I could only imagine... When they announced Dragoon reworks, everyone was very confused because a lot of people really like Dragoon as it is. And it just doesn't really... All you really need to do is reduce the button bloat a little bit if you can, somehow. And I'm not sure how they would do that because I haven't played Dragoon since Heavensward. And then, Paladin, I also didn't get to the part that they're likely to rework, probably, because I never even reached the magic phase of their skills. And I don't know what they'll do to Paladin either, but I am a little bit concerned. Some people were a little concerned they'd just be like a different warrior now. I don't know, it's really interesting. Stuffed Alpha. Retainer's favorite item to give you when they don't have any other ideas. Moonward War Axe. Speaking of warrior. Thank you, Kuimaris, for the axe, I guess. Stuffed Alpha again. It's been a while since they gave me 1,000 Stuffed Alphas. We're not even supposed to know who that is. Oasis Wall-Mounted Fountain. Alright. Is that worth anything, or is that just something you can easily purchase? The alphas are not worth much. I've already got one. Okay. 9059, sure. My market philosophy is to match the price of something exactly, and then not bother to change the price after that. And that means that I have some stuff sitting around that's probably trying to sell for a lot more than it's actually worth. One last thing I'm going to do is turn in a whole bunch of random stuff and see what I can get with company seals while I'm here. And I think the Moogle chaos will probably have to wait until next stream. This has lasted for 4 hours, despite me saying I would try to do shorter streams. Oops, I guess. 4 hours isn't that long. Should I keep the Radiance War Scythe? I don't know. I'll get another scythe if I need one. I'll just turn in everything. Now, the responsible question mark thing to do here would just be to buy 1 billion ventures, so I guess I'll do that. Yep. Hooray! Nashmera is over there trying to tell me to do another dance request. Cool, someone's advertising a not safe for work nightclub in Redania chat for the 2 seconds that I'm there. Of course they are. Anyway, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV Sucro Quest. We have accomplished quite a lot today, actually. I'm really glad to be back to doing all this. I hope to continue doing so. Sucro will now take a nap. And I will try to figure out what to do with the rest of my day. So, thank you all for watching. Always thankful for your support and viewership. And, yeah. Here's the screen that says that and tells you where to give me money if you really want to. You don't have to, of course. Consider spreading the word and etc, etc, etc. Don't really like advertising myself, so I made an image to do it for me. Anyway. No, you don't give me money. You need to spend money on yourself, Rika. You need to don't give me your food budget. Anyway. Thank you all for watching. And I will see you next time. I might stream more of Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher at some point, but I kind of really just want to stream a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. So we'll see what happens. Ultimately, I should stream what I want to stream, and that's the most important decision-making factor. But yeah, next time on this, Moogles, if we go back to Ultra Kaiju Monster Rancher at some point, we can see what Lobstar is up to. Might be something completely else that wasn't even on the interest check poll. Who knows? I will stop saying words and go now. So, yep. Have a good night, everybody. One day, maybe I'll find music that's more appropriate for Sucro's house. Apartment. Than this Noctis music, but whatever. This isn't strictly Noctis related, but it's from that game. Okay, bye.